Yes, sir. Trustee Segee, Trustee Dunn, Trustee Avery, Trustee Evans, Trustee Hickman, and Trustee Spooner.
Now I'm going to closed session. Board will convene closed session under chapter 5.51, Texas Code, section 551.071, 072, 073, 074, 075, 0.83, 0.84, and 0.87 to deliberate the following: legal, regular meeting. Please stand and join us for the Pledge of Allegiance for the United States and the state of Texas.
Good evening. Tonight's colors are presented by the Beaumont United High School NJROTC, commanded by Cadet Tyrell Johnson, Cadet Diana Hernandez, Cadet John Thomas, Cadet Lauren Garcia, under the direction of Beaumont United NJROTC Instructor Gunnery Sergeant Michael Triplett, United States Marine Corps retired. Tonight's pledges will be led by Araya Owens, a third grade student at Fell Price Elementary. She is co-captain of the Classy Cats Cheer Squad, a member of Student Council, a UIL spelling winner, and a Be Brave bullying participant.
My name is Araya Owens, and I currently attend Fell Price Elementary. Please stand and put your right hand on your heart. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Now the Texas flag. Under the Texas flag, I pledge allegiance to the Texas, one state, under God, one indivisible. You may now be seated.
One more time for these children. We will now have our recognition, excuse me, our recognition by Ms. Simeon.
Good evening, President 𝐂𝐲𝐧𝐬, Board Trustees, Dr. Allen, and audience members, and happy School Board Appreciation Month.
Thank you.
It is our pleasure to welcome the Girl Scouts of San Jacinto, who are joining us tonight in recognition of School Board Appreciation Month. Girl Scouts are known for their commitment to leadership, service, and community engagement, values that align closely with the work of our school board trustees. This evening, the Girl Scouts would like to extend a small token of gratitude by presenting cookies to the Beaumont ISD Board of Trustees as a way to say thank you for your dedication, time, and service to the students, families, and educators of our district. We are grateful for this thoughtful gesture and for the continued partnership between Beaumont ISD and the Girl Scouts of San Jacinto in supporting and uplifting our community. Speaking on behalf of the organization tonight is Community Engagement Manager Amanda Ardoin.
I just wanted to say thank you on behalf of the board, not just as a BISD parent, but also as a Girl Scout troop leader of 18 years and a community engagement manager. Thank you so much for partnering with us to grow girls of courage, confidence, and character, and we really hope you enjoy your cookies. Thank you.
Thank you, Amanda. Coming up. Thank you so much. Think I'm gonna eat these throughout the meeting?
I was going to say, I feel a little like Cookie Monster. We like cookies.
Thank you, Girl Scouts. And now, board members and Dr. Allen, please join us in the audience for this next presentation. We are honored to recognize our Beaumont ISD students who recently participated in the 2025 Region 10 All-Region Middle School and High School Choral Performances last semester, sponsored by TMEA, Texas Music Educators Association. The students trained extensively to pass the music audition and had the privilege to collaborate in rehearsal clinics and annual performances with renowned clinicians, choral directors, and students from the Southeast Texas region. They represented the top 33% of students from Region 10. On average, 600 students participate in the audition process, and approximately 200 students are selected to participate based on musical excellence and academic achievement. Join us as we recognize their accomplishments under the musical leadership of the following BISD choral directors: Mr. Kenneth Walls from Westbrook High School, Mr. Christopher Neal from Beaumont United High School, Ms. Carolyn Turner from Odom Academy Middle School, Ms. Madison Juneau from Marshall Middle School, and Ms. Marlene Munoz from Vincent Middle School. Lastly, we would like to thank Mr. Murdoch, the BISD Fine Arts Supervisor, and Mr. Cunningham, the Coordinator of Fine Arts, for their leadership and support. Tonight, these young men and women are performing Why We Sing, composed by Greg Gilpin. Board members, please join these young men and women for a photo before they leave. Trustees, please remain in the audience. During School Board Appreciation Month, we proudly recognize and thank each trustee for your dedication, leadership, and service to the students, staff, and families of Beaumont ISD. This year's theme, Our Future is Public, reflects the vital role you play in strengthening public education and shaping the future of our community. Your commitment to educational excellence, fiscal responsibility, and to student success ensures that every child has access to the opportunities that only a strong public school system can provide. Through your thoughtful governance and shared vision, you help lay the foundation for a brighter future for all students. Serving as a school board trustee requires countless hours, careful deliberation, and an unwavering dedication to public education. We are grateful for your leadership, your advocacy, and your continued support of our teachers, administrators, and families as you work to uphold and advance the mission of Beaumont ISD.
As it's Board Member Appreciation Month, I'd like to thank the BISD board members for their dedication and commitment to making our school a better place.
You got to keep off of that axis. Did you win? Oh, no.
I would like to say thank you to Dr. Allen and also the board members. I just want to say they have been a big help to my future. And I also want to say thank you to the teachers. They have been a big help and a big part of my life, helping me graduate. And I am a senior, so let's graduate.
Thank you to our board members for our continued dedication to our students and staff.
I'm so thankful for our BISD board members for all of their continuous support in furthering our education. They are always making us feel safe and here to support us with anything we need.
Thank you to our dedicated and servant school board members.
Thank you for being present at all of our sports events.
I would like to thank the board for approving programs like Makerspace so that I can succeed in being an engineer in the future.
Thank you for dedicating your time to make our school better every day.
Thank you, board members, for your support.
I'd like to thank the board members for believing in us over the years.
Thank you to all board members for giving us opportunity and letting us be in this creative and amazing chess club.
Thank you, our board members, for supports our schools.
Thank you for allowing school days off during the holidays.
Thank you for serving.
Thank you, Dr. Allen and the board members, for everything y'all do. Y'all doing a great job.
Thank you, board members, for always being there for us, keeping us safe, and just being visible. Thank y'all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, school board members.
Thank you for leading.
Thank you, school board.
Tonight, we present each of you with a personalized clock and copy of the Trustee Times, highlighting your personal accomplishments in the district, starting with Board President Thomas 𝐂𝐨𝐧𝐬 Sr. You can applaud. President 𝐂𝐨𝐧𝐬, who says he is here to, quote, provide the humor this board meeting didn't know it needed. You have done just that, esteemed President.
I like it.
Our Board Vice President, Robert C. Dunn Sr. Who says we shouldn't let the silence fool us. He says, quote, I've already planned the entire year in my head while everyone else is talking about their plans for the weekend. We believe you, Senior Chief. Board Secretary, Denise Wallace-Spooner. Who says, quote, I'm not saying I'm a ray of sunshine, but if I were a highlighter, I'd be the neon yellow one that you can't ignore. And that is for certain, Secretary Wallace-Spooner. Trustee Matilda Tilly Hickman. And she says, quote, I'm not intense. I'm just a level of focus that most people find frightening. And if you are a former student, you certainly do agree with that. Trustee Joe Evans Jr. Trustee Evans says his stress level is a 2. His will figure it out level is a 10. And he says if the district isn't actually on fire, we're doing great. So thank you, Trustee Evans, for keeping us from going up in flames. And Trustee Yolanda Avery. She says she hasn't met a stranger yet, just a future friend who hasn't realized that she's going to talk to them for the next 20 minutes. Don't ever change, Trustee Avery. And now if all of you will come forward for a picture together, a photo together with Dr. Allen.
Keep me straight, Bowman.
Since everybody has their bags, Tilly, if you wouldn't mind turning your bag, just say the ISD. There we go. Perfect.
Yeah, button gonna fly off.
And trustees, the framed photos with messages from your BISD family, those photos are also yours to keep. Again, happy Board Appreciation Month. And as always, you can keep track with what's happening in Beaumont ISD by following our social media pages and visiting us on BMTISD.com.
You pegged me right, Jackie. I laugh at everything. I laugh at myself, and I laugh at you. That's just me. Okay, we're moving on to student outcomes.
Good evening, Mr. President, to our trustees in our Beaumont ISD community. We'll begin tonight's presentation with our vision and mission statement. So if you could please join me in reciting our vision statement. In collaboration with the entire community, we will create an inclusive environment of academic excellence that supports the diverse needs of all learners. In our mission statement, we will inspire and prepare all students for lifelong success by providing an exemplary education in a safe learning environment. Our vision and mission is founded on 6 core beliefs, and tonight's presentation actually focuses on all 6. All children can and will learn. We can achieve higher levels of performance within every facet of the organization. Every classroom will have an effective teacher, and every school an effective principal. And all school and work environments will be safe, secure, and supportive. And we will work collaboratively with our families and community partners, and we will be fiscally responsible and accountable to the public. Tonight's presentation focuses on our mid-year report as well as an update on the Texas Education Agency. Every year during this time of year, we actually provide a mid-year report that showcases the accomplishments from the fall semester. Trustees, you should have a hard copy of the mid-year report at your station. This report will also be available online as well as on our social media platforms. But this year's report focuses in on our theme and showcases how, as a district, we are going all in all year for our students and families. When you open up the report, of course, there's a table of contents that actually outlines the contents of the report. The beginning showcases our district demographics as well as our vision and mission statement, followed by our core beliefs, and then, of course, meet our board, and it outlines our board outcome goals for the next 5 years, which continue to focus on improving the performance of third graders at the meets grade level performance in reading, improving the performance of third graders at the meets grade level performance in math, increasing the performance of our graduates in CCMR, improving our perception, and increasing the percentage and number of students who are attending A and B rated campuses. Following the board outcome goals, there is a message from the superintendent, and then you dive into the meat of the report, which actually highlights and focuses on the strategies and the things that we've done in the fall semester where we've been going all in. And the first area that we were highlighting is our work going all in for strengthening literacy and academic foundations. Really proud of an initiative at Charlton Pollard Elementary School that focuses on first grade literacy. This initiative was launched during the fall. ExxonMobil partnered with us with a $50,000 grant, which gives families for all first graders at Charlton Pollard support with reading, discussion prompts, and free books. Tutors from Lamar University and Exxon meet with students to support their reading and progress goals. We are also going all in on literacy and our support for not just Beaumont ISD, but the entire community. Featured in this picture, you see our Beaumont Reads Literacy Bus. And you'll see this bus all throughout the community, which is our partnership and our commitment to supporting literacy, not just in Beaumont ISD, but in Beaumont, Texas. Students as well as adults who have an opportunity to get on the bus, they can collect free books. You know, it is great. We've been working on this for a while. We've been working with our literacy task force, and the bus was launched this fall, and it has been at different venues throughout the city as well as different events that the district has hosted. We're going all in for the whole child for wellness and student support. We have wellness programs, safety initiatives, of course, health services, and student-centered outreach that occurs where we are touching thousands of students on a daily basis, supporting the whole child. As you can see, you know, we make certain that we are communicating and keeping in contact with our students and getting their opinion and feedback. And one of the statistics that you see on this page highlights elementary and secondary students and whether or not they feel like they are actually supported with information on anti-bullying. So we're making certain that we are communicating with our students and providing them with information to help support the whole student. We are also working to ensure that we counsel as many students as possible. You see listed on this page the QR code, because of course the law changed and we must have parent consent in order to actually counsel our students. So we don't have the stats here yet because we're still seeking parental consent in order to support students in that endeavor. So we are also going all in empowering our educators through professional learning. We have hosted this year Saturday professional development sessions where more than 320 staff members across the district have participated in classroom management, small group instruction, trauma-informed practices, and digital learning. We also launched Craft Ed, a new online professional development portal where staff completed more than 2,700 hours so far of optional courses for continued staff development. We have incorporated AI integration training for our staff. We are also very excited about continuing to invest in our staff members through the BRACE program, which is Beaumont's response to educator certification, where we are building our pipeline for teachers. And this year we have 10 new participants who are added in the fall. We've had 2 graduates, and again, when they graduate, they're graduating with a degree and certification, and then we are hiring them, putting them in the classrooms. We are still conducting university visits and recruitment throughout the fall semester to continue to recruit educators for our district. Community partnerships, we are going all in, and we have continued to go all in on investing in community partnerships. The Roar Louder Outreach Program, we have more than 250 active reading mentors who are supporting campuses across the district. We hosted our Fall Literacy Festival at the different apartment complexes. This was at Pine Club Apartments. We have hosted family fun nights, as well as so many other literacy events over the course of the semester in the community, not just events housed here, but all throughout the community. In the fall, we also hosted our 10th annual Bilingual Parent Resource Night with over 205 families and 550 participants. It continues to grow. We also host our annual community caravan, where we are inviting community members to get on the bus and visit our campuses to see what is actually happening on a daily basis. We have a caravan actually coming up in a couple of weeks on February the 12th, and invite community members to participate in that caravan. This year, we launched the Influencers Cohort to strengthen community connections with parents, alumni, business partners, and community members. We have about 15 to 18 community members who have invested their time in about 5 sessions once a month, where they learn in depth about the school district and utilize their influence to promote positive things that are occurring across the school district. We hosted events for the community through breakfast and supper with the superintendent, and we have continued to expand communication efforts through implementation of Class Dojo, social media, local media, and then of course our new podcast, Beyond the Bell. We have a continued partnership with United Way of Beaumont, North Jefferson County. United Way has invested a tremendous amount in Beaumont ISD through the implementation and installation of the book vending machines. This year they started with the implementation of book vending machines at the secondary school, and we have one secondary campus, Vincent Middle School, where a book vending machine was installed. We also have more and more partners who are connected through United Way who are actually going in to fill those vending machines on a consistent basis. As a result of United Way's continued support of Beaumont ISD, we increased our efforts as an organization, and we actually increased during the United Way campaign, our commitment to United Way by over $20,000. We gave $47,000 donation from Beaumont ISD employees, students, and staff to support the entire Beaumont community through United Way efforts. So we're also going all in on innovation and real-world learning. The district's EV program expanded to more than 100 students, and EV is electric vehicle program expanded to more than 100 elementary students and 100 middle school students participated in hands-on engineering challenges. We also had a new initiative this fall for Amelia and Peach elementary students, the NASA STEM Academy. For fifth graders at these two campuses, it was a 5-day intense inquiry-based star-aligned learning funded again by ExxonMobil, where students had an opportunity to actually attend instructional days at Space Center Houston, where they engaged in robotics, engineering design, and problem solving, with the expectation to expand the program to more students during the spring. ExxonMobil also supported our district and worked with us in conjunction to host the Beaumont ISD ExxonMobil Family STEM Night, where over 5,000 participants were able to experience STEM booths from our campuses, 45 community partners. They received door prizes and an awesome opportunity for those students who participated. Of course, Marshall Middle School and Regina Howe received $1,500 as a result of having the most participants during the STEM night. So our student performances, you saw our all-region choir, who did a phenomenal job tonight, but our bands, our choirs, our student performers are, receiving first division ratings. So we're really excited to showcase and support our students in fine arts. At the bottom, you see the Superintendent Student Leadership Council continues to engage every other month. This is a great group of junior and senior level students from all three high schools who meet with the superintendent, where we talk about initiatives, we talk about things that are important to them, and where they have an opportunity to share their voice. So that continues within the district. We also celebrated during the fall our advanced placement students, our AP students, through our annual AP night, where students who earned high academic achievement in AP were recognized with certificates and yard signs. And of course, we've celebrated our athletes for their athletic performance in football, volleyball, tennis, and cross country. We have been all in for building district-wide culture and the momentum. We had a huge increase this year in our Vision Week participation, with over 8,000 participants, which was a 320% jump in community engagement, where the community had an opportunity to really give us strong feedback on what they think about our schools and our district and what they want to see in schools in the future, as well as a greater percentage of feedback from our students, where we get to hear, how our students feel about the education and the learning that they are experiencing on their campuses. We also went all in on a new 2-tier bus system, where we transitioned from 3 tiers to 2 tiers this year, transporting our students to and from school. And last but not least, we have several of our leaders, including Coach Mike Thomas, who was named the Texas High School Coaches Association Basketball Coach of the Year, and Dr. Donna Pruden, recognized as National CTE Director of the Year, for some of our leaders who have done a phenomenal job leading and being recognized on the state and national level. So this report, you can read it in its entirety by accessing it on our website or on our social media platforms. We also have a QR code which provides an opportunity for you to provide feedback on the information that's included in the report. So the last portion of my report tonight focuses on just providing an update on the Texas Education Agency and the intervention that Beaumont ISD is currently undergoing. How many, just by show of hands, can you raise your hand if you were in attendance at the TEA hosted community meeting last night? Raise your hand. Okay, thank you. Thank you. So last night, many of you who were present, so you'll understand and know the context within which this information is being shared, because you were present. But last night, TEA hosted a community meeting from about 6 to 7:40 for interested citizens. And the Deputy Commissioner presented information about the process for individuals who are interested in becoming a member of the Board of Managers, the timeline, and essentially how did Beaumont ISD get to this point. And I just want to spend just a brief amount of time just highlighting a few things that some information was said, but there was information that actually wasn't said or wasn't stated in the presentation last night. So what was missing from the presentation sometimes is just as important as what was actually shared. So first of all, I certainly want to acknowledge that the data that was presented about Beaumont ISD, when you look at the data, you know, the data is it's very sobering, right? It's not anything that we weren't aware of. It's not anything that we were surprised when you see the data in the context that it was presented. And the data that was presented last night is why we do the work that we do, right? Is why we put forth all of the intensity, all of the effort, all of the transitions and the changes and the initiatives that we have been putting in place for a number of years. The reason why we do it is because of the data that was reflected last night. When you see the percentage of students in Beaumont ISD who are at meets grade level for reading and math being at about 30%, that's real data. But I want to say that there are things that are not stated and that were not stated in their presentation. You look at the data, but you don't show the other side of the data, which the other side showcases what? Man, this data is based on one test. I want you to just take a minute and think about, and I've said this before many, many times, but our schools are rated, the data that you see is literally based on one day, one snapshot in time, and our schools are more than how our students perform on one test. And right now, it's a test that is so controversial that next year is the last year that we're actually going to be administering the STAR test, because there's been so much controversy over the past several years and concerns about the validity of the assessment that that particular test, guess what, is going away. But we're still held accountable, and it doesn't tell the whole story about the things that we do in our schools. It doesn't tell the whole story about the opportunities that we create. It doesn't tell the whole story about how we take care of the kids in our community on a consistent daily basis. It doesn't tell the story of the effort, the energy, and the intensity of the work that we do every single day. That test doesn't tell you that. You know, I appreciate Pastor Sharp. If you all recall, if you were there, Pastor Carlton Sharp, he really tried to reiterate or get a response about why Beaumont ISD is where Beaumont ISD is, because he was trying to get the point made about what triggered the action. And the action that was triggered was based on Phil Price Elementary, which data was shared about the performance of Phil Price for over the past 10 years, as well as 𝐂𝐭, okay? I really want our community to be able to articulate intelligently what actually happened and what triggered the response. The full picture, not just the fact that Phil Price and 𝐂𝐭 are two schools that had more than the 5 years consecutive low performance, triggers the commissioner to make his decision, which is only one of two options that he has. He can install a board of managers or he can close the school. Those two campuses triggered their response. But what Pastor Sharp was trying to get out, and I don't think it was really clear, we didn't operate those schools, right? We know we didn't operate them. We did what? We solicited a partner. We solicited different partners, actually. The current partner, or the most recent partner, was the second partner. What didn't come out was that that was the only partner that we could choose. So it's made to seem like, well, the district had a choice in who you selected to operate these schools. We did not, okay? When we got to the second partner, because the first set of partners failed, there was only one other option that was approved by the state that we could, only one other partner. So we were stuck in a position where, hey, this is the partner that we have to choose. We're trying to avoid closure our board of managers. We're going to give you a try. We're going to do what TEA is saying that we're doing. that didn't come out last night. We followed state-directed initiatives in Beaumont ISD with good faith. It is not as though for the past 6-7 years we have been sitting, twiddling our thumbs, not doing anything, not implementing the things that TEA has said, hey, this will work, do this, do that. We have not been doing that. What was stated last night repeatedly, especially when we're talking about the partners and other things, I don't know if you heard, but this is what I heard. I heard the statute says, the law says, statute says. No, this is the only thing that you can do because the law says. But I really want us to think a little bit deeper. That is actually very true. You can only do, the commissioner can only do what the law says, but what's the problem? What's the problem? The law is the problem. And the law has been changed strategically over the course of the past, y'all, it's been about 9 years when the law started changing. The law started changing, okay? So we worked, this board, myself, we tried to get the law changed. I've told y'all this before, you know, we were in Austin, meeting with legislators. We wrote our own bill, okay? We wrote what we wanted it to look like, which made a lot of sense, which would have kept us from being in the scenario that we're in. But ultimately, the commissioner's not going to break the law. He's following the law, but the issue is the law. And the law has been strategically changed and strengthened, okay, in such a way that districts, in our circumstances that look like our district, unfortunately, fall prey to the way the law is written. So, you know, those things were not said. You know, it was said that, and then I think the statement was backtracked a little bit about the money and the initiatives or something to the effect of the things that we didn't take advantage of. And then it was stated, well, I'm not quite sure what Beaumont ISD didn't take advantage of. So that's what our state does. So we don't have a local control over money. You know, the basic allotment only increased a small by a few dollars. And then money is placed into allotments and or grants, different initiatives. So the big piece of money to increase or give teachers more money is teacher incentive allotment, which is a multi-year process to actually qualify for the teacher incentive allotment. So we can tap into this money, which we are actually in our second year, I think, of going through the application process. It takes time to go through the process. That money is not for every teacher. Let me just tell the truth. Some teachers are going to get the money. All the teachers will not get the money. So it's not a scenario that's across the board. But we are tapping into that. We have received millions of dollars in LASSO funding, Cycle 1, Cycle 2, Cycle 3, Cycle 4, millions of dollars that we have received, that we have applied for to tap into curriculum support and development, Bluebonnet implementation, professional development, coaching, all of these things that we're taking advantage of that's available. We have received the Safe Cycle grants, where we've received hundreds of thousands of dollars for safety initiatives and things. Now, are there things that are on the table that we haven't taken advantage of? Absolutely, because you have a choice, and you have to apply for the money based on the context of your organization, which consists of, okay, what am I already doing? What capacity do I have to actually implement this? Because every time you implement something, you almost need a whole body person to maintain and manage it. And I'm just being honest, that's just how it is, because there's so much red tape and things that you have to contend with to make certain that you're spending the money and using the resources appropriately. So, and districts have discretion. We've participated in many things, and then some things we said, no, we don't want to participate in that because we're doing this instead. So we have that authority and we have that right as a district to do that. But it was maybe insinuated that we hadn't necessarily tapped into all of the resources. And no, we haven't, because I can't tap into all of the resources, but we've tapped into millions of dollars of resources. One of the things that I want to make certain that our community understands is that we know that research and best practice says that sustainable improvement takes 3 to 5 years. But that's when the bar doesn't change, right? That's when your assessment doesn't change. That's when the accountability system doesn't change. And that's certainly when the specific issues in your community don't change, like pandemics and hurricanes and storms and all of these things that impact, the local context for your community. And I want to go on the record and say that Beaumont ISD is not and should not be compared to Houston ISD and Dallas ISD. The only thing that I would say that may be comparable is the percentage of economically disadvantaged students that we educate percentage-wise, right? But when you look at the actual demographic makeup of HISD and Dallas ISD, totally different than Beaumont ISD. When you talk about each of these districts with, I think Dallas has 130-something thousand kids, and HISD has 180-something thousand children, and we have 15,000 kids, you can't compare us and say that, oh, these are the comparable districts that are doing the work that you should be doing. So I want to make sure that our community understands that. What wasn't stated was that when you look at our data, 16 out of 22 campuses showed improvement on the overall accountability performance or maintained strong academic performance. That's not stated. So even in the current context that we're in, with the obstacles, with the moving bar, with the things that we're doing, we are showing improvement. We are doing some things that are right. But we're also educating every single child that comes to our doors. We're educating every single one. What was discussed was the timeline, of course, for this intervention, the process for individuals who choose to or want to apply, and of course, if there are strong candidates in the community, candidates who don't have a political agenda, candidates who really care about the success of the children in Beaumont ISD. The deadline was extended. You have until the middle of February, I believe now, because it was January 31st, but you have until the middle of February to actually put in an application. I've heard two different things on the number of individuals who've applied so far, so I'm not going to give you the number because I've heard two different numbers. One number was reported last night, and I heard a different number during a Zoom meeting the previous week. People who believe in the potential of our kids, who don't have agendas, who really don't have agendas or vendettas against BISD, people who really and truly want to see the best for the students. That's what my hope and my prayer is for the individuals who come in and who think they can take the seats of the people here, because it's not an easy job, right? It's not an easy job. And there's so many people who, they think they can do it better than this board, or they think, hey, just do this, do this, do this. Well, I just want to commend our school board for standing up for our kids, for fighting for our kids, for doing the right thing and focusing on our kids for the number of years that you have served in the capacity and in the seats. I love each and every one of you. I have learned so much from each and every one of you over the course of my tenure in leadership, and just appreciate and value the service and the work. And I hope our community over the course of the next several months, because we're gonna be here for a few months, right? We're still here, still in, still doing the work, committed to the work. But the board, has to make one more important decision regarding, the transition of this board to board of managers, and that's whether or not you want to take advantage of the next opportunity, which is to say we're going to appeal it to a SOA hearing, SOAH, State Office of Administrative Hearings. We went in December to appeal for the informal review with the commissioner. I put forth my best effort, best energy, best everything, to share with the commissioner why he should make a different decision, and felt like, man, even though the law says the law contemplates making the decision based on one campus, which in our situation, it was Phil Price and M.L. King. The decision is actually being made based on what? The collective view of Beaumont ISD and the academic performance. So does the commissioner, did he make a mistake? Did he not follow the law? the commissioner actually did one of only two options that he could do. So when you think about moving forward with the appeal process, taking that into consideration, do we expend taxpayer resources in something that when you really look at it clearly, when you look at what the law states, what the commissioner's options were, are we able to really appeal it on a level that would actually change the outcome? And that's what's being considered. For me, every decision that we make, that I've always made, is about what is best for the kids in our community. What is best for the kids in our community? So should the board make a decision to appeal, then is that the best resource when at the end of the day, what I see is that it's not necessarily likely to change the outcome. It's not going to stay the decision. It may prolong the timeline a little bit, but the 60 days starts immediately, okay? So the timeline is there's training for potential board of managers at the end of February. There's training for potential board of managers at the end of March. So the seating of a new board superintendent happens maybe into April, beginning of May. No firm date, but somewhere along that time. So do we continue to go through this turmoil and take focus off of kids, right, in a decision that for Shannon Allen, based on what I see, is not necessarily a decision that's going to be swayed at a state office of administrative hearing judge, in front of administrative law judge. So that's me. But I would like to, provide opportunity to any of our trustees who want to give commentary on, moving forward or not moving forward with the appeal.
Go ahead, Ms. Hickman.
I firmly support the decision not to move ahead with the law judge, simply because the chances of it changing anything are slim to none, and our focus has to be on our children. And I can't say what the next board of managers will do, but I can promise you this board is all in for our children, and we will continue to work for them as long as we're allowed.
Mr. Dunn?
I agree with Ms. Hickman and the superintendent. We worked really hard for you guys, and you guys have worked really hard for us, and we appreciate that. But the bottom line is we would just be wasting taxpayer dollars, like the superintendent said, and just prolonging this for a little bit. Their mind is made up. The decision was probably made before the first decision. So rather than waste some resources, so we're going to concentrate on doing the best that we can do and that you have already been doing, and I'm sure you will continue to do. And I just wanted you to know that we got your back until they tell us, get out that seat, please. We got you. Thank you for what you have done for us.
Anyone else? I'm in total agreement is that it would be a waste of resources. I don't think that there's anything that we can put together that will make a difference. Mind made up. And now we need to proceed forward with the plans that we have already. I don't think it's going to change anyone's mind. You got anything, Ms. Avery? Who's never met a stranger?
Let's go forward. Let's go forward and work until we can't work anymore. I agree with the other trustees and our superintendent. In full agreement with this. You want to do all we can do, but we know what the outcome is at this point. So let's go forward of going with the rest of the committee and trustees.
Okay, Ms. Boone. 60 seconds or less.
I'd just like to share, Dr. Allen said it all, and I concur with her. You know, we've done everything possibly that we know how to do in support of this district. We have. And I have a little something I want to say in closure, so I will say that, President 𝐂𝐬𝐧𝐧𝐞𝐭. But we will continue, as Ms. Hickman said, we will continue to work for this district, our future, the students who will come back and take these same seats and other places in this city. That's what really matters. And so I'd like to say I concur and thank you all for electing us and trusting us with our greatest asset, the children. Thank you.
Look at that. Well said. Well said. On to the cabinet report. Next up.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Let me begin while we're waiting on the presentation to pull up to say thank you again for your dedication and your service, for always doing what's right for our children. We appreciate you. Tonight's School Board Outcome Goals Progress Monitoring Report will provide an update on Board Outcome Goal 4, which focuses on improving our perception in the community. The presentation will be led by one of our task force leads, Lydia Sylvester, who also serves as our Director of Counseling. Ms. Sylvester.
Good evening, everyone. President 𝐂𝐬𝐧𝐧𝐞𝐭, Dr. Allen, Board. Of course, it's always an honor to present to you all tonight, but I am not by myself. So I will give some data as it relates to our board outcome goal, but I do want to highlight some of our partners that have been so doing tremendous work with our students, and that is Revisioning for Future Success as well as Lamar University. So they are here. And I will reintroduce them properly and turn it over to them. But before I do that, I would like to cover just a few pieces of data. Okay. So our board outcome goal number 4 is, of course, from 2025 to 2030, which states Beaumont ISD will improve its perception with all stakeholders by ensuring all students are safe, supported, and able to develop self-management skills as measured by surveys and other data reports. Within that board outcome goal, there are many performance objectives, but for tonight, we are gonna focus on SEO, which is the social emotional aspect, as well as student perception. So the first measure you have here is the number of students who feel safe in school. So our target for this year was 77%, and the report revealed that 80% of our students feel safe in schools. Measure 2 was the number of students who reported being supported by a trusted adult at school. Our target was 86%, and the survey supported 84% of students are supported by trusted adults. And then lastly, the number of students who report being able to self-regulate. So our target for this year was 50%, and the results revealed 56%. So there are a lot of things that go into supporting our students just in general. And within the counseling department, there are so many layers of support that honestly under your leadership we would not have if it was not for you all. And so school counselors, wellness coordinators, behavior interventionists who are led by Ms. Tara Chavis, our at-risk coordinator for the district. We also have a district LPC this year, which is the first. And so I just want to say from the bottom of my heart, I thank you, because these numbers show the work of that. We have conducted 2,233 guidance lessons for the first semester. All of this data reflects the first semester. Small groups, 1,814. Individual sessions have been over 12,000. We have done 275 crisis interventions. That includes self-harm as well as suicidal ideation. T-Chat is a telehealth program that is available at 12 of our campuses that allows students to interact with licensed professional counselors online, as well as tap into medication management and psychiatric services. We also have 95 Be the One mentors this year that work with our at-risk students. So we have a Be the One mentor on every campus and multiple on several. Our district LPC manages a caseload constantly of 40 and is maintaining a waiting list right now. We have kindness clubs available at every campus, and of course multiple engagement events that you've seen just from our mid-year report. But one that I would love to highlight is our Family Fun Day. So last year we did our first Family Fun Day at Antioch Missionary Baptist Church. It was amazing. We had over 500 families come out, and so we plan to do just the same this year. March 21st, everyone mark their calendars, and vendors can begin to register. Many of the vendors that attend are our community partnerships. We have several: Spindletop, Buckner's, Family Services, Southeast Texas, so many. But again, tonight, the highlight of tonight is Revisioning for Future Success, which the leaders are Ms. Katie Robertson and Ms. Birdie Harrison. And then Lamar University, our partner, that's highlighted as well under the leadership of Dr. Donna Gober. So I will turn it over to them at this time.
Hi guys, so I'm here on behalf of Revisioning for Future Success. This is a social emotional learning sessions that go into 3rd, 4th, and 5th graders at 7 different campuses. It's being led by the social skills trainers, April Hightower and April Garrett. They are life skills coaches, and so they come into the campuses and they grab a group of 3rd, 4th, and 5th graders and teach them social skills and emotional wellness. So we service 7 campuses with 132 students attending the sessions. We had done 87 sessions from October to December, and we're projected for another 168 from January to May. So some of these topics are understanding feelings and practicing gratitude, feelings to thought to act, self-regulation, choosing the right strategy for real-life triggers, and managing frustrations. So we are partnered, so we have Lamar students who have come and provided assistance for the social skills trainers, and so October, December was the fall 2025 semester, and we had a total of 50 hours just from Lamar students. Other supporting groups that came out, Jefferson County Sheriff's Department helped us with meals, Antioch Baptist Church, Phi Beta Sigma, Omega Psi Phi, Kappa Alpha Psi, and then Leaks Incorporated, and then Beaumont United. These have been mentors. People have been reaching out to also help us provide services for these kids. Beyond the classroom, Ms. Harrison has done a wonderful job. So not only are we teaching these kids life skills, but then we even go into the families. So Ms. Harrison has made different contacts with 105 parents. She's done over 200 different interactions, conversations about behaviors and academics. We had a Christmas party. We did food giveaways. And a lot of things that come up is discipline. And Miss Birdie is able to talk with parents and to be like a middle person for the students and for the schools and for the parents. So she's also provided some interventions, so she's helping with services for family members, especially mental health services for some of the kids, such as Spindletop. And that's what we've been doing so far for Revisioning Future Success. Any questions for us? Thoughts?
The one and only.
But I know.
So how many Lamar University students do we have supporting our students, and what's the cadence, I guess, of support from our Lamar University students?
So through Dr. Belinda Lopez, who's the chair of the counseling department, we did a search for students who were in their semester before practicum. So these are counseling students working on their graduate degrees, and we're trying to capture them just as they finish the bulk of their coursework, but before they go into practicum, which takes up all their time. So it's a finite list of students that we can capture locally and bring into the schools, and then also our senior social work majors. So this past kind of pilot semester, we had 5 dedicated, committed students that came regularly to sessions. We have 2 of those committed to come back. 2 of them entered their practicum, and we've generated a new list of students that are now a semester ahead of their practicum, and then we've now got new seniors in social work, so we're bringing those in as well.
Okay. It's really, really good.
I have the
honor and pleasure working with your parents. Once you know the parents, you understand the student. It's interesting, it's rewarding because I meet the parents where they are. And they do not know sometimes how to approach the school. Sometimes the principal is intimidating. So I school them, talk to them personally and say, no, you go this way and you act this way. You don't bring an entourage. You go in and you talk with the teacher. You talk with the counselor. We have some wonderful counselors we're working with, and I appreciate this, Ms. Lydia Sylvester provided, and Tara Chavis with these behavior interventionists and wellness. You have what you need. So we're trying to really help Beaumont ISD.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you all so much. Again, I just want to say you all understand that before students can really be successful academically, they have to have multiple layers of support to get through their experiences that we see every day. And so without you all providing that avenue for these multiple layers of support, they wouldn't have what they need. So I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Ms. Sylvester, sign me up. Next year I'll be one of Santa's elves. I think we're at the point with Mr. Maxwell.
No, that was it.
Not him?
No, that was it. That was the cabinet report. We need public comments.
Public comments. Ms. Smith, do we have anyone signed up to address the board?
Yes, sir, we do.
The board will now hear comments from those persons who have signed up to speak. This portion of the meeting is set aside for parents, student, employees, and community members to speak to the board about any matter of interest to them pertaining to the school program. Each person who signed up by 4:30 yesterday may speak for no more than 2.5 minutes. Those who signed up after that time and prior to public comments today will be allowed to speak for 1.5 minutes. During the public comments, the board will listen, but it is forbidden by the Texas Open Meeting Act from discussing any topic raised or making any decision unless the matter is already on the agenda for this meeting. The board reminds speakers that public comment is not the time to bring board complaints about a particular program, employee, or student. Should a speaker remarks include complaints directed at a particular student, employee, or program, I will respectfully ask that that individual stop speaking and utilize the board's adopted grievance procedures. Ms. Smith, could you call the first person forward?
Yes, sir. Jennifer Moore.
Hey, Jennifer.
Good afternoon, or good evening. Before I speak, I just want to say thank you to the board, and I really, truly, honestly appreciate everything that you do and continue to do until you're no longer able to do it, and I really appreciate that from the bottom of my heart. I believe you guys have all the right heart for our kids, and I appreciate it very much. Thank you. Good evening. In the spirit of open discussion, I'd like to be able to address the district's recent statements regarding cameras in the classroom. I want to be very clear. My request is not for cameras in every classroom. I am asking for cameras only in self-contained special education classrooms where our most vulnerable students spend their days and often cannot communicate what happens to them. I've spent 4 years of my life being a family peer advocate, serving families across 5 counties and over 20 school districts. And in all of that time, I have never met a special needs parent opposed to cameras in self-contained classrooms. Not every parent asks for them, but I've never met one who felt cameras would harm their child. The law regarding cameras was written to protect the dignity and rights of these children, not to deny transparency. Privacy is already addressed in the law. Audio monitoring is restricted in private areas such as toileting and changing. Dignity and accountability are not opposites. They are partners. Ms. Brooks stated that cameras are a tool and cannot replace well-trained staff, appropriate ratios, and strong behavior systems, and I agree. But until those systems are consistently in place, cameras remain our only concrete layer of accountability that we can rely on. The district has also stated it is responsive and compassionate when concerns arise, and I want to respectfully challenge that. Where was the concern when my child spent 8 days in the hospital? Where was the concern for the children who remained in that classroom? CPS notified the district of an open investigation, and yet it took 16 days and 2 in-person visits for me to receive a phone call. Where was the compassion when I raised concerns for months, only to have CPS called on me instead of the teacher being reported? Finally, where is the responsiveness when I have spent 8 months asking for cameras and still cannot find the request form or procedure on the district website? It's bigger than cameras, but until systematic changes are made, cameras are a necessary safeguard. I am asking the board to take responsibility, to do what you can in the time that you have, and to stand with the families who cannot always speak for themselves. Until then, I'll keep asking for cameras and accountability. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Moore. Yes, Ms. Smith.
Speaker is Sabrina Winger.
Hey, Sabrina.
Hello, how are you?
Good.
Sabrina Winger, 2345 Interstate 10, Suite 1, 7701. Good evening, Dr. Allen, President Segee, and Board. My speech tonight is mostly for the community, but if you would indulge me the opportunity through the chair to the community, I would greatly appreciate it. I have been in education for over 20 years. I was also raised by an educator. I have always been told we go into education for the outcome, not the income. Well, Mr. Kim is going to make more in 1 hour on the clock than 2/3 of our employees make, and we're in the classroom. He's not. We as taxpayers need to be requesting what his schedule is going to look like. We need to know how he's going to split his time between the 3 districts he's been appointed over. And also, how will we be billed for his travel? Will we be billed for when he comes to us, $50 an hour, when he goes away from us, or to and from us? These are things that affect our general fund expenditures. Do we even have enough money to pay him for a while and keep the lights on around here? During the last state takeover, there was so much community involvement that there was standing room only in this room. You had to get here almost an hour ahead of time just to get a parking spot. Well, Beaumont, it's time to get back to that. We are all responsible for every child in this district. They are all of our children. It is all of our duties to make sure that we nurture them into productive citizens. We need to ask this new incoming leader for the data that proves that they can guarantee success, which is the rhetoric expounded by Morath and his team. And why is it that those districts that are comparable to BISD are only successful sans a state takeover? You know, why hadn't they shared already what's working for them? We sure would have given it the old college try around here. We should also ask why it is they did not alert us to what was working. We need to also ask the new sheriff coming in how they plan to tackle attendance and discipline, which are 2 of our major issues. In conclusion, it is time for all hands on deck. We need everyone to get involved. We could use snacks for students who come to school hungry. You know, we all know that children can't learn on an empty stomach. I know at the elementary level, we could use clothing for students or for our little ones who mess up their clothes. You know, get in where you fit in, community. Many of our parents send us the best that they have. Thank you. In conclusion, this is our district, not Austin's.
Thank you, Sabrina.
Thank you. That concludes public comment.
It is now time for our informational items. Mr. Samuel.
Good evening, Board. You have in front of you this evening a listing of newly hired and separated employees for the month of December. As you peruse, I just want the community to save the date for our Educator Job Fair, Saturday, March 28th from 10 a.m. to 12 p.m. at Westbrook High School. Any questions? Thank you.
Ms. Hernandez, come on down. Mm-hmm.
Good evening. For the month of December, the tax office collected just under $20,600,000 in maintenance and operation taxes and just over $4.3 million in debt service. We were a little less collected percentage-wise as of December 31st, but hopefully it'll be made up during January. For the month of December, our general fund had just over $95 million in revenue, and expenditures just over $87 million. We had outstanding POs just under $4 million, and we are receiving more money now through the state than we had in the past. For activity funds, the campus activity funds collected $184,280, and we had a number of monetary donations this month. BASF donated $10,000 to the Career and Technical Center, Stellar Bank $100, Christus Health $1,000, Garth House $200, and to Beaumont United High School, West Tabernacle Missionary Baptist Senior Citizen Organization donated $50, and the Art Museum of Southeast Texas donated $125. This month we also have a quarterly investment report for the board, and this is as of November the 30th of 2025. It's for September 1st, 2025 through November 30th of 2025. And in Lone Star, we had $96,207,216.65. And Texpool, we had $4,770,470.47. And this is required under the Investment Act. Any questions?
I do have a question. You said we had 95 million?
96 million.
Okay.
In Lone Star, that includes our general fund and our debt service. So all that combined is 96 million.
Okay. How much additional money? You said the state's giving us additional money.
Well, under the new funding formula, we received two payments, one in September and the other in October, and it was just over $9 million.
We got big plans for that, right?
Well, we want to have a good amount of cash to make it through the months of September, October, November, and December, because tax collections typically don't start really coming in until January.
Yeah, I know they bothering me now.
Yes.
Want me to pay. Any other questions, board?
Thank you.
You're more than welcome. What you waiting on, Chief? Chief Malbrough. Come on down.
Good evening, Dr. Allen, Board President and Board of Trustees. After the tragedy of Uvalde, our governor, along with the commissioner and the Texas School Safety Center, implemented the intruder detection audits. These audits, of course, were designed to help ensure that we were keeping our students as well as our staff safe. The objective, of course, was to ensure this year, as well as the previous year, that 100% of our school districts were all audited. To date, we have had 17 of our campuses audited, as well as needing 9 more left. Our district has been doing phenomenally well thus far, and we still have several more campuses to go. But I also just want to share that the process that goes into this deals with intruder access, weekly door log checks, as well as exterior door checks. So again, it's a process that is consistently being done, and again, I just want to applaud our principals as well as their staff for ensuring that we're meeting state mandate on that. Do we have any questions?
Any questions? Chief, would
Yes,
y'all go through that door?
Excuse me?
If somebody's in a perilous situation, would your office go through that door?
If someone was
Not
in-
like the guy who in our
Yes,
Uvalde?
sir. Yes, sir. We will go through that door.
That's the right answer.
Absolutely, sir. All day.
All right.
Yes, sir.
All right, we'll now hear the Facilities Subcommittee report from Ms. Spooner.
Let me scoot up here. The Facilities Committee met on Tuesday, January 13th. The following members were present: Dr. Allen, myself, Chair, President Thomas 𝐂𝐤, Cheryl Hernandez, Randall Maxwell, Dr. Ron Jackson, and Mark McClellan. The following items were discussed: BISD Trahan Transportation Complex construction continues on schedule. The work will continue. A discussion of the amount of contingency funding that remains was conducted. A redesign of the heater apparatus and hose reel devices was discussed. Pictures of progress were presented at the meeting. A potential roofing project at King Collegiate Academy was presented due to the structure has a leak where the roof is sitting. It's presently leaking, so we could possibly have a potential roofing project. The Doggett Stadium scoreboard and natatorium timing system were discussed by Dr. Jackson and Mrs. Hernandez. Walkthroughs by vendors and engineers will be conducted the last week of January, and a bid opening will be held during the first week of February. A possible board action item will occur at the February board meeting. Finally, and Dr. Jackson, before I finally just think about coming up and just giving us a little insight on what's to take place, just share with our audience tonight. But let me conclude here. But I would love for you to come up and share about the vending process, just a little bit.
Start heading up here, Doc.
Okay, President 𝐂𝐤. Finally, before Dr. Jackson comes to the podium, a review of athletic needs was discussed. Smith Middle School tennis court fence, washer and dryers, middle schools preparation will begin for middle schools softball and baseball field preparation, and a weight room area for Peach MacArthur campus. Thank you. I'll yield to Dr. Jackson. Thank you.
Good evening, Board President, Superintendent, Board, Trustees. I am Dr. Jackson, Director of Athletics, but I want you to close your eyes and imagine that there's two other people up here standing with me. Probably to my left should be Kristen Gentry, and probably to my right should be Mark from maintenance. So I'm going to try to cover the information. What we have in the next few weeks, we're going to have vendors walk through to take a look at so they can provide a bid to the districts and have an opportunity to go see the source of work that needs to be done, not only putting up the scoreboard, but also adding electrical power out there that's needed for the scoreboard. And then once they submit a bid, then they'll submit a bid process, and then once they submit a bid process, we'll present the best outcome of the company we want to present to the board in order for you to vote on. So we're moving forward. We're making sure we're following our district policy when it comes to purchasing and submitting bids in order to make sure we stay transparent, not only with our taxpayers, but also with the board and our trustees and the superintendent. So that's where we are with that. Okay?
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Jackson. And President 𝐂𝐤.
Yes.
Dr. Jackson, I'm sorry about this. Dr. Allen, I couldn't help but think about, and I don't know if it's appropriate, but I couldn't help but think about the game.
Oh.
Yeah, coming
yes.
up.
Tomorrow we have district basketball games. The girls, Beaumont United versus Westbrook played their first district ball game on December the 19th. The way the schedule fell this year, the girls played theirs first. Tomorrow will be the girls' second district game against each other, Beaumont United versus Westbrook, and it'd be the boys' first district game against each other. And we're going to have the varsity girls going to start at 5:30 at Westbrook High School. Varsity boys going to start around 7 p.m. at Westbrook High School. So one has to win, one has to lose. It's really for district seeding. You know, we're pulling for the best outcome for Beaumont ISD. People always ask me who is my favorite team. Our favorite team in BISD this year is Baytown Sterling. If Baytown Sterling makes the playoffs on the boys' side, in District 19 5A, that means the potential of Westbrook and BU playing in the playoffs again this year to continue in the state playoffs won't happen, because one school will go big school, which will be Westbrook, and one school will go small school, Beaumont United. So who is our favorite team, or who the team we're pulling for this year in Beaumont ISD?
Sterling.
Baytown Sterling. Okay, but come out tomorrow if you don't have anything to do. Tickets were about 5 p.m. We only had like 98 tickets left because from being sold out. We are not accepting passes tomorrow, and this is the reason why. Because we have to make sure we control the population of people in both gyms at Westbrook, which is tomorrow, and then we play again at Beaumont United because of fire code. And you can't control that when you have passes. So the benefit of selling tickets online, basically, tickets are sold out. So when you get there won't be no line. You walk in, and if you don't have a ticket by tonight, more than likely you will not be able to get into the game. But that's unfortunate. But again, that's a good problem. That means we have some successful programs here in BISD. So thank you.
Thank you.
Any questions for Dr. Jackson?
Both schools are ranked in the top 5. Okay? Both schools, boys are ranked in the top 5.
Fantastic. We are now ready for the consent agenda. Does anyone want to pull any item off the consent agenda for discussion? Okay. We're now ready for our action items. I'm sorry, I apologize.
We accept the consent agenda as printed.
Second. A motion has been made by Ms. Hickman and second by Mr. Dunn. Is there any discussion? All those in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries 6-0. We're now ready for our action items that we'll discuss in closed session.
I move that the Beaumont ISD Board of Trustees uphold the Level 2 decision in the matter of Ms. Geneva Monod denying the requested enemies, and to direct the superintendent to review this matter with the maintenance supervisor.
Discussion?
You need a second.
I need a second. Discussion?
Second. Oh, you said discussion.
Yeah. It's already been moved by Ms. Hickman.
Okay. All right.
Second by Mr. Evans. Any discussion? All those in favor? None opposed? Motion carries 6-0.
Mr. President, I recommend that the board approve budget amendments from the General Fund 7 and accept amendments from Special Revenue 15, 16, and 17.
Get a motion.
So moved. Second.
Motion was made by Mr. Dunn, second by Ms. Avery.
Thank you. Mr. 𝐂𝐬, most esteemed.
As you go in, say it louder.
Most esteemed President 𝐂𝐬, we have GF7, which moves, transfers funds between functions for the Career and Technical Center and then the bilingual program. And then the same for our special revenue funds for Title I Part A, Title IV Part A, and then our local grant from the Strong Foundation. They're moving funds between functions.
Any discussion, questions? All those in favor? Motion carries 6-0. Okay, to your surprise, we're almost done. Early. Mr. Evans.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. President. Short and sweet. All leaders out in the audience, all leaders, cabinet level. It's no secret. Just lead. Just lead. It's incumbent upon you to just lead. So do what you know how to do, and continue to carry the district forward.
Saber.
Do not go weary in well-doing. Let's work. Thank you for all you do.
Ms. Hickman.
It's fun for it to be Board Appreciation Night. We get all kinds of presents, including cookies from several different directions, and we do like cookies.
Yes, ma'am.
But we are not the group that leads this district. No, we may, in theory, be the leaders, but all of you in the audience are the ones that lead the district. You take care of the children every day, and we appreciate you more than we can say. Keep up the good work. You are making a difference. We know it, even if the state of Texas is a little blind.
Ms. Sponer.
Thank you, President 𝐂𝐬. First of all, I would like to, since I have this moment, to send a shout out at this meeting to the ladies of Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority Incorporated. We celebrated Founders Day this month, and oh Lord, it is just so heartfelt because I don't want to, I really am having a moment. But I want to send a shout out, and those of you that are here that are my sisters, will you please stand? All of my sisters. This is a part of it. Look, come on. If you're in the audience, please, let's give these ladies a round of applause. Thank you. Thank you. Beautiful. The first African American sorority in this country, founded in 1908, whose roots are embedded in education. So I would be remiss not to acknowledge them tonight, and kudos to all the other Greeks that have celebrated. Now, I do have something, President 𝐂𝐬, that I just want to say, and I knew you were going to time me.
Take your time.
So I said, let me jot down a few little notes so I personally can stay on task. And I'll start with this.
A whole list of stuff.
No. Okay. In closing, for me tonight, reflecting, school board governance is the cornerstone of public education. Influencing and creating policy, ensuring resource allocation, reviewing and approving curriculum, being cognizant of facility needs, staying in sync with the most innovative tools in all content areas for educational success, which, that's just to name a few. And all of this overflows into our greatest asset, our students. As trustees, we are servant leaders, and we are lifelong learners. Without reservation, we are a voice for the community. On another note, on our appreciation night, and we really know that we are appreciated, I would like to dispel the misconception of school board trustee compensation. Due to, I have been questioned about this throughout my years of service by some, not all, by some. A school board trustee in the state of Texas serves as an elected, unpaid volunteer based on the Texas Education Code, which dictates trustees are not entitled to compensation for their service in Texas. In Texas, some other states, school board members get paid. There's a rationale behind unpaid service. There's a rationale. Inquiring minds should find out. Although we may not get monetarily compensated, we get so, and I want to linger there because it's like the O's in Spooner. We get so much more. The opportunity to shape the future. I personally consider what I do a calling coupled with passion. I'm just having a couple with passion. This year, 2026, marks my 40th year of service to BISD. Thank you. And before I finish, this is it, President 𝐂𝐬. And this is from all of us. Thank you. Thank you for allowing us to be education champions. Thank you.
Well said, Ms. Spooner, well said. Mr. Dunn.
No matter what happens down the road, don't worry about that. We will support you in doing what you do. We will continue to do that until we're no longer sitting here. I want to thank each and every one of you that voted for me twice and at large for the entire city. It's just unfortunate that we don't get an opportunity to finish what we started. But you will still be here, all of you. And we will protect you until we are no longer seated. So don't worry about what's going on with us. Just continue to do what you do and know that you are truly appreciated for all the hard work and effort that you have put in for the students, the community of Beaumont, Texas. I just wanted you to know that. Thank you very much.
Doc? Really? Well, again, I want to echo what Ms. Spooner said. Thank you for everything that you have done for us. I got 3-4 bags up here I get to take home because you have shown us the appreciation. I got my little coupon to get my toes done from the Career Center. Take fully advantage of that. You know, educators are unsung heroes. You know, the support that you give to our children, you never really see the outcome, but you all have produced doctors, lawyers, city councilmen, county commissioners. You don't really see the impact that you make because a lot of times it doesn't come back to you right away. But, you know, I don't care the worst human being in the world. They'll always be able to tell you who their favorite teacher was. And it's you all. You all have produced some of the world's greatest individuals. Own that. Plain and simple. I mean, I told you about my story about a lady named Leland Bess, who told me that you should learn as though you'll live forever and die as though you'll live as though you'll live, or learn as though you'll live forever and live as though you'll die tomorrow. Miss Hernandez know her. Maxwell know her. Miss Hickman just said she know her. Miss Greenwood, that lady instilled that into me, and it pushed me to go to higher heights. She's an educator. You all have that same effect on students. So principals, when you go back to your campuses in the morning, motivate your educators. You cannot quit. We are all in. time. This, Dr. Allen is still your superintendent. Still, until the day she leaves. You owe her to work, roll up your sleeves and work until the day they tell her you're no longer the superintendent of BISD. We are going to support you and her until the day that they tell us you are no longer a board of trustees. And me, even when they tell me that, I'm going to continue to volunteer in the schools. I've been doing that for 30 years. You can't stop me. Unless they come up with a rule that say trustees, former trustees cannot be involved. And that would be crazy of them, plain and simple. But as you know, everyone said, don't get caught up in what TEA is doing. You want to help us? Show them that they made a mistake. Press your students and your teachers to go a little bit higher. Show them that the things that we put in place works. Show them that we can go from this D campus or district rating to a B or a C. Push your students to not just make it, but to get over the hump. And that will make them look foolish. They did not give us an opportunity to put our plan in action. Well, no, the plan is in action. They took a sledgehammer to a situation where a scaffold would have done. They could have operated right around those schools, but they took a sledgehammer. So we have the opportunity to where we can make them scratch their heads. Plain and simple. But motivate your teachers. Keep them pumped up. They cannot quit. Do not let them abandon ship. Explain to them why they are important to this district. Because when TEA come to town, people are going to want to jump ship. Don't let them. Explain to them how valuable that they are to this district. Sometimes they don't get it. Sometimes you don't tell them how valuable they are. Remind them that they are important to this district. And they'll stick around for you. So I stand up for you, and you, and you, and you, and you. I stand up for Dr. Allen, and I'll be here until the last day. And like I said, then I'm a volunteer. There ain't nothing TEA can do about me volunteering. Plain and simple. Just like I visited every campus, I'm going to continue to visit every campus. You don't quit on me, I won't quit on you. We got a deal? Well, stand up for your superintendent. Get up. The meeting is adjourned. Y'all got an early meeting. Go on home. Relax. Get out of here. I need some help.